All right, let's get started. Anyways, I have a post-it note that still says some things I need to add to see okay, if I can add them to my pickup notifiers. But first things first, let's respond. So, options, falls out to options, pickup notifier, mute the TV, presets, create new presets. Like, I don't know why, but my brain says this is the name for it. No, no. Doesn't need to be a preset back. It needs to be a groups. Do I know why? No. There are all kinds of things available. Anyways. Morning, Crafty. Yeah, like, I don't know whether or not those have technically already existed in things like the loot category. Yeah, loot doesn't have coins, didn't have soul shards, things like that. So maybe we'll see. Maybe it's just that it's not in the pickup notifier presets. So that's why we're never seeing anything. Now, don't know why. Like, I'm a little bit annoyed at this. The fact that, like, it's consistently not always loading the numbers from the beginning. I don't remember that ever happening with, like, with drawers. So, like, that feels like, hey, some choice Pepperfly made it less useful for. Okay, so that was just a network thing. If that popped up again, wonder what that was about. How am I doing for leather? I've got enough for this, but I will probably need to breed a few more cows or set them up soon. Also, I need to get my colorful trees again. By again, I mean for the first time, because I had manually put them in, which means they weren't resilient enough to stay when I accidentally wiped the memories. Hostile geese. Yeah, this is about the time in the game where, like, you really do just have to start some kind of farming. And an egg, which shouldn't be a problem because Crafted made a Enderman farm in the end. Anyways, my brain just decided to ask, hey, do Endermen... No, do, piglings convert in the end? I don't know why it decided to ask that, but it did. Anyways, I got Samanama on my head. Arguably, I might want Hunterino, but Rock Solid is a fairly decent update, so... What? Oh, this is potentially the most gimme, because it's just a lot of the most common chests, and a relatively few amount on Gilded getting its rare. And then it's just like... Because it's a matter of like, what do you need to take a lot of effort to go and find versus what just kind of will happen if you're anywhere in a vault. Things that will just kind of happen no matter what are things like hordes. You can usually force ores if you're really willing to run, so if you've got a hard enough line that, like, the hardest thing is just you need a couple more things, you'll be fine. But anyways, I can't just hit it with a dungeon, or I can't just hit a dungeon. Well, I could, but it's not going to help me complete, and after last time, I want to try and complete in less than 30-something minutes. Anyways, I haven't been paying attention. Have I been seeing soul shots? Let's get a check. No. So soul shards still aren't reading. And it's just not just a, oh, are these in the notifier? No, like, even with them in the notifier, they're not showing up. Okay. It did actually finish breaking. Good. Like, sure, apples I can just solve by getting a farmer setup, but, you know. I didn't check the downstairs of that, did I? Empty. I think the big problem with Cannon Guy is he's like the, little wizards. They're firing from such a long way, and I don't think they respect line of sight. At least the drowns with the tridents and things like that only are throwing them if they've got relatively a line of sight on you, like the skeletons with arrows as well. You don't walk into a room to try and find them and find a wall plastered with projectiles or whatever. Even taking into account the 1 minute despawn for arrows. Now I can move on. Oh no, I'm all caught up with my YouTube videos. He basically never streams on Tuesdays, so I don't think I need to be lurking in his chat. No, I might want to do that. Yeah, definitely still not getting soul shards listed. Bionic. More books. Let's take a moment to really pay attention here. Okay. Coins do now show up. So I can keep track of, like, not just not soul shards still. Almost completely done with ores. Now, do I even have things that care about plants at the moment? No. Yes. Green bangle. Still need one more green bangle. Ah, this is the good log. The one with like 5 wooden chests. 6. No, 5. We got a coin secret in the center, so we should go do that. And that's everything for ores. I think it's candles. If I get lucky, I can be done right here. Nope. Because there was a decent chance of a green mangle just in here, but I didn't get a goblet. Pages. Or pages. Pages were at the top. Yeah, I'm done with ores. Completely done? Yep. Check, check, check. And no rib cages, so. Onward! I said onward! At least they count towards, my total count of, compassed rooms. supposedly they're all now small, so... Spool. See? Anyways. Another feast. Okay, we've got either a diamond or a circle here. Sorry, I'm a little focused on the vault. Howdy, howdy down there in chat. Yeah, I don't have it as an overlay or anything that would be directly in my line of sight. I have to look down and away, and I've been rather focused this run. But I hope you enjoy watching. My previous collector died just after I would have been able to get a completion if I could find the stupid turn-in. So, I'm a little bit focused on doing this. And I would hope that you would still exist if you asked that, say, 2 minutes ago. But if you decide to drop out that quickly, then maybe, just maybe, 3 quick messages in succession means you were just trying to see if I was advertisable. Because I've seen those before. But if you're just deciding to lurk, that's also fine. Misses a jump, misses a jump, misses a jump. Okay. Upstairs just doesn't exist in this room for me. Right now. I say as though I'm not going to jump it from this side. Alright. Wooden, wooden, wooden. Okay, so... no loss. Gilded. Soul Charm. Anyways, this is much different than the previous one, because I have 5 minutes left. Look, now I got coins available, so I can see what I took out. There was a bit of a lag spike there. Bonk. Remember, I'm on piece of cake, so this normal is 20%, 25% damage compared to hard, which is what the mod pack was originally developed around, was the damage values of hard. Or more likely, you go 1/3 of default normal. That's the easy way to track it. Anyways, I've got to tell my alarm that yes, I did in fact get up in a minute. But first, I need to figure out where my exit is. There's my exit. Good luck. One sec. All right. Claim. 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 All right. 8, 7. Those are consistently smaller, yet. Tank. Or mods. Ooh, library. That's good to know. Much chromatic. Very. Anyways, let's see. Let's do the chaotic last. What's the supposed legendary healing efficiency? Anyways, my brain turned off for a half second there, and I didn't even bother to identify the chaotic. So I have no clue how illegal it might have been. Hat. Okay, so it's not a strict downgrade yet. What's my knockback resist on other things? Jackal. Got it. Might as well not have it then. Not mana. Health. Okay. Dang. Let's stash this for a bit longer. Alright. Mossy cobble? How much do I have already made? Not that much. Oop. Ooh, no, new item rarity. That's good to know. Alright. So, soul shards definitely don't. These are few enough and far between that it's hard to tell. Hey, Crafty, you can take down the fence. I filled in the hole in the ground. You don't have to. I can also take it down at some point. Let's see. Both of them are relying on scrolls there. I think actually this is technically slightly easier because I can. You can usually force the rib cage. And it's a little bit easier to find the ornate epics. Not that I think that they have necessarily a better quantity. Okay, I don't have any purple to collect, so that doesn't do too much. So we got a dungeon right there. Zombie. Yay! Stun slime babies are always funny. Stun summon babies are hilarious too. Alright. Who wants to have some fun? We're about to, Ooh. There we go. We got the final burger. And... Aw. Bummer. So I need to look for the one that is slightly duller. That's Tubium, not Pizza Night. But I now have a spicy harder burger for my index. That's not what I meant, Pizza Night. I needed the door, not the or. There's a D there. Something, something, I went the D. Wait. Let's ignore the fact that that's not how you spell door. It's done. Empowered chaotic belt. Okay, truth be told, I should pick up that loot belt because I am starting to use them as extensives to the rest of storage. Stairs. Coins. Blood vials. Minutes. Black mob essence. No secret in the ornate spot. Oof, this is a fairly empty room. At least down here. To be fair, I probably should stop doing that. I've got no mobs that I have to hunt at this point. Because I don't need tank. And because I'm done with wooden, I don't need more runs on wooden. Correct script. Wooden. After last season with 24.25 out of 25 relics, I can't skip fragments when I've got the ability to collect them. Plus, the key there is absolutely going to be worthwhile. Gorgonite. Okay, so no change in what I can open, just an increase in the number I can. Good. Wooden. Quartz. Something, regretting not killing the tanks from the beginning. Alright, that's green bangles all sorted. Wooden. Wooden. Five minutes to go. GG. Upstairs. Ooh, a champion. Wooden, wooden. 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 Left. Nope. Okay, I've got a completion. Let's see what we can do with the rest of the slots. Minute and a half. Lag spike, lag spike, lag spike. Bad, bad, bad. Fine. Plane. There we go. Yay, another star fruit. Always love a new star fruit. Scaffed here. Um, Red surrounding. Like, technically it's not actually accurate, but it is good for a mono red deck. Something, something. I hear mono red decks are quite popular. What are my antiques showing? Okay. Nothing notable. Oh, look, I needed gold anyways. That's good to know. I also need to boost the speed on that stupid thing one of these days. Scrap 2. There we go. Okay, nope. Nope. Oh. Yep. It will run if it doesn't expect any possibility of it. But it can run with a faceted focus in there. And that's the problem. Anyways, I can force item rarity now. Cool. Claim that. Sure. I'm not chasing chest scrolls again. I probably am not going to need 4K worth of storage, but Alright. Now we go down here. And we add it to the array. I said we add it to the array. There we go. I don't even have to stick extra decks in there because it doesn't store extra decks. Anyways. That tells me this is full. Yep. Technically, I should have done that over there. Because this should be the blends. In theory. To be fair, this probably can move upstairs now. I'm annoyed that this has the extra MBT on it. That means it doesn't stack even with stack upgrades. Hmm. time to go upstairs and get gold assigned to the system properly. Okay. Ooh. Huh. That's a bit jank. Um, like, technically, I think that means that there's a, um, yeah, that doesn't naturally happen. So don't know what in the world allows that to happen. So I don't know if that even will work. And I don't particularly want to find out by accidentally starting to void things. So I need to increase that one's size and get it some stack upgrades. Upstairs. Let's go. Stack upgrade, which requires another base. Alright. I want a surface. Okay, so that's all the Larry. Do, 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 do. Alright. Let's go turn those back on. Boop, boop, boop. Hmm. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there is a dead slot somewhere in this array. So that's normal. Right. Mod box goes on one of these two sides, in theory. Alright. I can check. Okay. Okay. The Buildscape Spore Blossoms are not part of the pool. Bummer. Arguably good, but, you know. Stone, feather, netherwort. Okay. Hmm. Alright. Creepy eye is creepy. Mmm, delicious. Okay. Coins are slightly more available in this. This is probably actually the most available line. So, be right back. Okay. Let's go, let's go. Wooden and orbs. Speaking of coins. Remind me to add juice to the pickup notifier. Because it appears not to be. him. Reach 2.5 for a total interaction of 7 is great. I could probably do tanks. Even with this amount of time left. No nade down there. I have gone the wrong direction. Oh well. Let's just go this way then. Dang. Yay! $10 to go. Tempting. Take one. Pointy. Wooden, wooden, wooden. Alright. And I already did up, so continue around. I'm going to have to go and get that tank because that is annoying. Oh well. I'll take an 8. Anyways, 9 tiers. Hmm. Okay. Oof. Oof. You ask me impossible question. Do I want the Volt Diamonds so that I can make more of my compacting? Do I want the mod boxes so that I can roll more mod boxes to get more compacting? Or do I want all the carbon because I always need more carbon because it's always running out? I will get more Volt Diamond ones later. But that tells me that immediately I can slot this in. In theory, I should probably also add this. Anyways, shy of me getting stupidly good runs like the last one, I am now at the stage where scavs are extremely more valuable to do. All right, let's see what all I got here. Gear-wise. Now that rogue living. Expectoration. Healing efficiency. Nice. Anyways. Hopefully it's got over levels, right? Yep. 85.5 is greater than the 8 there. So there is, in fact. I'm still disappointed. I can't get 100% damage that way. Clover's dead. Which means currently my lucky hit without Clover. H has dropped to 45.5. So technically under cap at this point. But not by a ton. I'd get 2 more percent there. And if I got lucky, 3 more percent here. Ugh. Especially because this does look like it does have a maximum lifetime less than 100 levels. I can make you too deep. Fortunately, I believe they get independent IDs in their memory. Yep. You're definitely right about the mod boxes, except for the fact that I'm unfortunately part of a research team, and they've opened up everything underneath the sun, basically, which means that mod boxes give some stuff extra that I'm never likely to use. Like, some of these I definitely will, like these, but, like, so yes, definitely did like picking out that mod box one there. Uh, tier 2, got it. So that puts that one at the roll over here. Okay. Yeah, like. Ooh. All right. Stare. Put away. Put those away. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to go upstairs and check for some things. Uh, might want some keys soon. Iggies. I need to roll some more hostiles. Anyways, Victory Lasher, welcome aboard. Feel free to lurk, chat. But yeah. I will end up with more Vault Diamond ones, but like, with the fact it's 2 of these blocks for each one of these, I want to turn into a compacting drawer. And I need 60 total drawers converted to compacting just between vault loot and materials for the altar. Okay, like some of them I could probably go without being compacting. Like, I could just go and make a carrot drawer that's just a bunch of carrots or the potato or whatnot and not worry about whether or not I can get loose crates in the vault. But, like, the resources from, like, factories where the only thing that I can't immediately use the compacting to sort out is these, because the compacting upgrade doesn't let you get the snowballs and clay balls out of it because they don't have a decrafting recipe. Technically, neither does knowledge, but there appears to be a way to trick it into letting you swap a compression upgrade into that, and then it looks legal. So I don't even know whether or not it will properly compress using the compression upgrade instead of the compacting upgrade, which is like 2 vault diamonds more to make that one, but it only works one way, which knowledge shards, that's fine, but something like, say, driftwood, where you need to have access to both this and this fairly frequently, don't know if I've run any recipes that need this, but I've definitely had to use both these and this in a recent recipe. Mainly for one, making the compacting. Also, remind me, I need to get this stupid thing actually auto-depositing. Because it's still vanilla from the 2 weeks of vanilla while I was waiting for the update to come out. Not to mention, once that happens, I can actually turn the stupid thing on. This is in passive mode. And by that I mean, none of the villagers are getting actively startled in their cores. So they're just making iron golems whenever they decide they haven't seen an iron golem recently. Because he's not bouncing. Which, what that does is that wakes them back up at night if they lay down and keeps them generating golems throughout nightfall. Anyways, nowhere near ready echo-wise for 80 yet. Because you need 72 echo for the level 80 pickaxe. Not that I am going to be at that in the next little bit. And feathers, which I don't have in active production, so I'm just using whatever I have left. I'm sad. The colorful buildscape spore blossoms don't work. Only the vanilla ones. So, yeah, like, okay, cool. It saves me adding a drawer for them in my anything and everything I can feed to the altar. Now, I think probably I do another vault run. I need to go and get... I accidentally unlocked my system, so I lost a bunch of my memory things. I need to go and get a walnut sapling at some point, and I want to track down the other 3 blossom ones just because leaves allow the blossom leaves, and these sneaky ones, which are in one of the living rooms, now have them. But it's like everything that you can... Oh, right. I need to make some hostilities before I move on, so I can figure out what I need. Anyways, that water box didn't work with the stupid machine. I wonder if it's like it needs an air gap somewhere above it, or it needs skylight. I don't think either one of those is technically required. Chaotic focus, cool. So 393. Mostly for coins there. There's a chunk of EXP, but no. I'll reroll that one. I haven't converted to generating diamonds yet. Which isn't too hard. Oh, it doesn't go in my primary backpack. It goes to the fallback backpack. Because I'm not running any filters on the bags themselves. They're all exist here. So tags exclude anything that is a chest loot or a scavenger item. So none of that falls into here. Meanwhile, this one is running under chest loot, sky vault loot, champion loot, gems, and player ore, and the vault orbs. Nothing else will fall into this bag because of the advanced pickup being the primary filter. Which means that when I get juice, it ends up in the small backpack, and I'm currently voiding most things from the vault except a couple cheeky things, and one of the other people on the server wants me to collect those just because they've been using them a bunch. So I do get card juice. I just haven't added it, haven't double checked whether it's currently on the pickup notifier. That's what I wanted to make sure it was attached to. I'm not going after chest scrolls again. I will submit essence all day long, though. So. I have a mod box in here. Disappointing. Okay. Sorting by count. Essence. So I figured out what it does is it's actually moving a new stack in to your hand whenever you submit, and it's correct. So, like, it can sometimes grab an incomplete stack if you picked up too much. Oh, it still ends up in at least one bag, fortunately. But yeah, I need to add it to the pickup notifier, which I've been checking what all can end up in the notifier and da-da-da. But one of the things I've noticed is, let's see. Card packs are here, but they didn't add juice, so you don't see the juice when it drops out of the cardboard boxes, mostly from treasure rooms, so modify items. And then you have to go in here, and it's like, at least it shows every possible thing. Modify items. Actually check okay. Don't just... Done. There we go. I have no clue if that actually added it or if it was just already there and I had failed to see it. But one thing I do know is... Oh, that's Cursed Soul Shard? Okay, that might be affecting it. Let's try regular Soul Shard. Where do you even get Cursed Soul Shard from? Is this just like... So... These are the, Oh, it's because they've got Oddball Legacy. Extremely Legacy items still in the total list of things that the pack technically has around. And that's drawing from the entire list. And apparently, because of VH2 or even 1, they've still got the old legacy. Sealed the Hunter. They have the old legacy oddball items that you can only see there, at least. They don't pop up in JEI. I don't know if I've got dyes and concrete. Where in the world would I get those? I definitely don't have enough apples. See, I only have 9. Something. You don't even need thermal to actually unpack these, so. Wrong button. You're only having the problem because you're trying to do it with 2 hands instead of 1. Wait. Flip that, reverse it. Oh, winter dripstone. I've got some downstairs, but that reminds me. Gotta clean my back wall from time to time. Okay, fine. There we go. Yay! Remember, basements need air vents. And this eaves needs an upside-down stair there. One of these days I will actually finish dealing with that. You know, like, I finally finished dealing with this. That's fine. One of my server mates wants me to remember to take down, or remember to fill in the gaps in the ground near me that I had planned on doing at like the beginning of the season and just hadn't gotten around to. By the way, yeah, very much thank you for mentioning the card juice so I could remember to add it to the thing. Noting that I had a post-it note dead center on my screen at the beginning of last one. Well, I had 2, and I then acted on only 1, and the other one was, yeah, make sure that you add there it is. Make sure that you add the soul shards, coins, and antiques to see if pickup notifier works when you get past it. Or if, because they're going into other bags, they're not working right. So far, I can confirm that coins can be read once they've been added to the pickup notifier properly. Alright. Recycle. Recycle. hostile eggies. Like I said, need to roll those real quick. And I should keep at least some scrap in the system. Something. My bag currently is all the things that I haven't either shoved in my attic for my chest monster to deal with, or things where it's more than one stack, so should end up in a barrel or drawer to store them long term. Okay, that at least you can't walk off of at the moment. Is there another one of the holes in the ground? Here. Got it. Attaching it to grass doesn't like it. Shrinking. They can come by and put the actual fence up. Dripstone. Creepers account. Zombies overcount. Hoggling. Okay. Some of these I do wish they did have the decompression. This lost it, along with the clay balls and snowballs swapping over from drawers to sophisticated storage and remastered. And I wish we would get them back. Let's see, what else? I don't think there's much else that lost like its recipes and needs replacement recipes that had been in there. There's some ones I would love to have back. Like I said, these two and brick were the main ones, noting that it asked for brick blocks from time to time and the individual bricks earlier on, but both the individual bricks can just be traded off of the stonecutter, the mason villagers. But one of the things is the knowledge. If you're using just the compression, whenever it runs out of the knowledge dust, you have to put it away manually the next time, rather than trusting for something like deposit set to match inventory. which gets a little bit annoying. Speaking of annoying, I need to add a stack upgrade to the chains in short order. Okay, I've broken down almost all floors. Technically, I have some Larimar there, but I'm not hurting for Larimar at exactly this moment, so it can sit for a while. Oh yeah, I've been complaining about it since end of April. And it's 100% a Dowski thing. The can compress an entire chest one is an appropriate cost. I will say, the one that costs the 20 vault diamonds, because of the fact because like these ones, all the variants here are the only way that you can actually get more than like about 3. So they're the only things that really got an upgrade from old compacting drawers to the new compression upgrade. But you get a whole bunch of different recipes that you can compact by using the advanced one, which is just, this is the old cost to make a compacting drawer around a regular drawer. And then this is just, look, this lets you do the 3x3, but this works up to like netherite sugar box. So like you could do what I'm doing and have like the huge storage system I had with like all the individual drawers and a bunch of separate compressions. Or one of the things you can actually also do, because of how sophisticated storage works, because it and the backpacks are essentially the same subsystem, it doesn't necessarily recognize a difference in one corner case. So you can trick it into using pouches and backpacks directly next to a link, because the link just sees something using the sophisticated core next to it. You can't put this as part of an array over here, but you can put it like this directly and it will work 100% as just the bag linked directly. So you could, in fact, your entire storage for everything you might need to throw at the altar, noting that you don't need every variant here, noting that this isn't even just things you can throw at the altar, this also includes like the pastels and the colorful things. You could just have 3 max tier backpacks with ridiculous amount of stack upgrades and like all filtered slots. I should set up drowned into a cage. But that requires me to get some carbon so I can make some void filters and start doing cages. But you can just like 3 backpacks, max out those stack upgrades, and you have every single index slot you would need for anything you would feed to an altar. And it would take you 3 storage links, and the storage links have a vanilla recipe. So you don't even need the storage drawers at that point. Like, you might want a few for the vault materials eventually, at which point it's like you need 22 compacting, I think it was. Yeah, 22, because gets you pretty much this array. And that's mainly what you would ever need to compress or compact. And that's if you don't just like start immediately feeding all of your decor into... I have lost where that crystal went. I had a crystal, now I don't. Where did I put it? In the vault frame. It is currently waiting for me to walk in. Anyways, this is an endless hat. I hope to get it actually set up to working. Because that means that... Alright. This one I don't get any optional options. But I do want to get the endless hat set up. Or this would be easier with treasure goggles. Also, I didn't grab one of the various red trinkets to replace the fact that my clover ran out. I'm not doing too bad for clover because... Oh, right. I gotta remember the one thing I need to do if I'm going to be running an actual scav. Make sure the things I'm actually collecting are not going into the bag. Because this is the only bag that can pick them up. Script. Then it was Sec and Drowned Hide. Then they'll fall to the upper level of my inventory instead of into it. And that lets me more easily turn them in later just by Z-swapping the active slots. Okay, soul shards do appear if you get them set in your altar correctly. Or in your pickup verifier correctly. Good to know. That's been solved. Anyways, that's all the possible ones there. Gilded. I love Lucky Hit Cleave. Three of 5 scripts. Within. Running around with a piece of cake. Sex. No sex. Wooden. Ores. Downstairs. We've got coins, which are still on the menu. And the reason I'm doing these instead of the collectors is because despite the fact the collectors are easier, one of the things that I now have is +1 tier on crates. But there's a little caveat there. The scavenger and elixir are not 2 and 3 tiers. They effectively are, but as far as the game code is concerned, they are a single tier. Which means it is 3 times more effective on a scavenger and 2 times more effective on an elixir to run a bounty core that gives you more for more tiers. Which means that on a collector, if I'm not making 5 lines on average, 1 base tier, well, if I'm not making 4 lines, I should say, consistently every time I run one, I will get 6 lines for completing 1 scav rather than 6 for completing 4 scavs. I just don't get a say in which ones I'm completing. Which, to be fair, is how Collector is somewhat working anyways. You don't have a say. You just have things that you can try and force the same way you can with Bingo, which is why it's a subset of Bingo. Bonk. I managed to take both sets of fall damage, even with Stonefall here. Anyway, shopping. Mod box. I don't know how many cake vault rocks I've got stored away. I never like them, mainly because, like, I don't find the fun of the cakes. Oh, but you can get so much loot. Yeah, except for the entire point is you get more loot and all that, but that feels like the same bait. Okay, living's done. Same bait as always making sure that you run braziers so you can waste extra time looking for the braziers rather than completing the vault and getting your initial loot. Anyways. Oh. Wooden. Okay. Next room is this way. Onward. If it weren't for the fact that I'm hammering and anchoring, I would be tempted to start using the feathers I've got 2 of. Dang. Like, you can get that by doing, like, the backup, but you have to move quite well and quite far away to back up far enough that they don't explode, which is kind of a bummer. Oh, I especially hate that particular tank. Because one of my early interactions with one of those was it spawned in a completely separate section of the room and was like sending these little flying guys after me the entire time, and I was like, I had no clue where he was in the walls or whatever, because I think he was in a secret at the time too. Yay! Anyways, they still have to fix living strong boxes. There's still 2 chests worth instead of a barrel equivalent like they're supposed to be. I say as though they've at all said that that's what they're going to do with them. Look, I was the one who suggested they do it to the Gilded to parallel the modification they did to ornate. You can die now, because you're being annoying. What? 3 of 5 scrolls. Alright. That's wooden. That's wooden or living. Neither of which are currently still in the menu. Wooden. And like, yes, these still are giving me mod boxes, so still slaughter the hordes as I go through. Bonk. Everyone's like, oh, 2 challenge rooms next to each other. Wu-Tech special. Let's ignore the fact that this is 2 identical skeletons of a base room right here that were next to each other. Sure, the points of interest ended up different. You couldn't actually see me, skeleton, or not skeleton. What you call it? Creeper. And that's scroll sorted. Like there's more gilded chests in here. Something. Variants. This is gilded, I think. Yep. Gilded, go bird. I'm down to sex. 13 minutes to find 2 more sex. Oh no, I need 2 more scripts. Sex and scripts. Yay, I've got my movement. I ran so much of the season with -1. It was nothing. But I was messing around with the doesn't require mana sword upgrades. Okay, that's wooden. Coins, at least. One script. I guess that also would be one of the ways you could have fun with the pickup notifier. There's a way to pin what you have for pickup. And since the scav items are one of the ones that you have, you can tell it to pin the scav items you need, and then you're going to have a constant count of the scav items. Okay, yes, it's going to hide every other thing you pick up. But you can just kind of go, well, the one thing I need to worry about is completion, so Put in coin secret. Oh, we got rid of the Y level bug. Waters a chest in protest. Wood in. Wood in. Get rid of coins. Plus the coins. Why did that one have hunger? Because he managed to shoot one of the husks, and the husk turned around and smacked him before the vault was like, no, no, no. You need to be angry at the player as an override. Eight. Nope. In half minutes, and I've got food if I have to. Onward, main line. Coins, wood in, wood in. Living. Downstairs. Wood in, wood in, wood in, wood in. Ores. Neat. Sacks. One more. Okay. Life Leech AD really wants me to add knockback resist, but it costs 10 skill points to add 80% without gear. And right now, the gear's fighting on being able to have it because pants and, pants and shirts are always rolling a skill level right now. Pretty much. Like 90% of the time. If it doesn't have a skill level, it will fill in a skill level. Whenever you, say roll on it. Hey, look, that's a completion. Currently in the bag. I got 5 minutes left to cause problems. Yep. Counts are all good. One, two, three. So now that I have no requirements on what I mine, I can do things like see what doors I can turn up, cause problems in the toxic rooms. Come on. Get more mob kills. Collect some wood. I don't know. Hey, maybe I can go back to harvesting living. Let's see. That dungeon wasn't there. And I don't think there's a second dungeon spot in that room. Let's see if I can sneak a... Like, okay, yes, I can go back to some of the ones I saw earlier. Oh, look, wars. Always fun to do wars, especially with a hammer active. Stop that, sirs. I'm trying to mine here. You know, mining, it's what one of the things this this game is named after, right? Mining. Small child. Okay, fine. Puppies? Puppies. Puppies. Alright. And... Potion charges don't matter because I'm still running a slaughter brew that I haven't been touching for the last while, so I should convert to, well, I should say it's a slaughter potion, not a brew, because brew implies that it's big instead of the dinky little potion I made at the beginning of the season. Anyways, I'm going to have a large amount of dirt to deposit. And then I should probably take dirt back out of my... can mine this. In theory, but... X mark. Well, it's tempting. I do not have enough time to both do that and get out. Alright. first things first. Puppies. Yeah, turn-ins up here. Dang. I didn't get the Oopaline there. Oh well. I can now use my compass to find the way out. Good. Good to know. Ugh. Anyways, as you saw, that was a regular scav, right? Which should give me 3 packs. Plus, I have +1 tier. Why do I have 6 seals from that? I should have. Anyways, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I change over from the collectors, which I do like the collectors. Collectors are nice, but like, look, I'm not going to consistently get 6 bingos or 5 bingos or 4 collector lines. So, scavs almost always are going to give me more total packs and completions. Mod boxes. So many mod boxes. Much mod boxes. Very worth it. Ooh, Omega Pants. Anyways, the Echo Ore was nice. Ooh, one of the compressions. The entire reason I like the mod boxes so much. Because, yeah, the cost is really exorbitant. And given the fact it was, like, about 1,200 is what my system is going to eat of vault diamonds for the storage alone. And, like, I'm fortunate because somebody else is doing the knowledge. Because we figured out that the official servers have no research penalty at the moment. 100% free and clear. Every person added is just included by default, effectively. And at that point, okay. Ugh. Now I have to check modbox order for the flowers. Modbox flower order 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Goes here. Those go in there. This goes here. Uh, there is actually accessing the cider back isn't actually required, but you can only access the front if both hands are clean. Otherwise, it's checking whether or not it can put the item you're currently holding in and things like that, and that prevents you from opening them up from the front. You also have to be shifting, but you can do empty hand to access the front. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that it's like that. In fact, that's why my previous season, every single one of my drawers had an air gap behind it, because I hadn't figured out that you could do it as long as you had at least the empty hands. Okay, I didn't have any cores in the bag, apparently. So that's good to know. Um... Yep. See my complaint? Having to do the compression upgrade means that, instead of the compacting upgrade instead of the compression upgrade means that 1 in 9 chance that I have to manually store the knowledge. Like, no, I don't want to have to ever manually store the knowledge. Like, okay, yes, I could just rely on the sophisticated storage having everything locked, including having filters on those bags, like I do, to solve it for me instead. Need to put that away. But it's easier just to keep complaining to people about quality of life things they need to fix. Something, something. If you aren't complaining, are you even having fun? Because if you're having no complaints, then it's like, how much are you engaging with what you're doing versus just kind of burning time? Like, if you're having fun, you should have little things that you're like, I'm having fun, but this little change would make it just a bit more. And at that point, it's like, yay. Something, something. Of course, that's also why I currently have beef with Dowski. He's in charge of recipes. Oh, really? The fun one is I can actually say that Dowski is 100% aware I have beef with him. Because the champions also complain about it too. He's sitting in the champion chat too. And I was like, yeah, I have beef with with almost anybody who has any hand in the development and operation of Vault Hunters, because there's always just little things that are annoying. Okay, cool. I can now really start in on the cages. Because with that, I now have the ability to make more skulls. If you can't make skulls, it's not worth really starting the cages quite yet, because you're going to be hurting for the fact that you can't. Well, except that I had to put these guys already in. Anyways, you don't need separate routers or anything else to send things. You can just have 64 storages all using one router. All you need to do is make sure that you're properly voiding things. Technically, you could instead make it like 56 storages, do like a 7 count of arrays, and it will work out pretty well. Okay, so I have 500 of the dead ones already. That's good to know. It was here. Yep. Which means the live ones can start building up. A geese. But now I can start making skulls. Which means that I will slowly be able to make more cages entirely automatically. Oh, I should bug the villagers upstairs for their potatoes. Let's go with orange. Probably at this point, I can move this upstairs. But I think I want to keep manually doing it until I'm absolutely certain I've got anything that would be annoying to have to recover in available in botany pods or whatnot. Button. So for now, I just have to like teleport up and down to get. Oh no, my Alexandrite! What am I going to do? I'm going to. Scavenger. Act it. There we go. Button. Okay. There we go. Right. Right, I only have 3 red sand. So I can't do a red sand. Trust bro the Vault Crystal. What? I wanted to go fast. Anyways. That increases their growing speed by 5. Times 5. So. And given the fact Snad comes with no penalty, never receives a penalty, so is always one knowledge star to unlock for the 3 things it can be used with, you might as well at that point, right? Especially because it's fully compatible in the botany pots too. It's not as fast in the botany pots as the overworld, but oop. Having to actively take the knowledge out is annoying. So that defeats the purpose of it being quick to deposit. Ugh. Level to rail. Nope. Nope. Living on Scrappy doesn't save it. If it was a living legendary, maybe, if it's the right legendary. Well, I've got the princess leggings available now. Fortunately, they're competing with a pair of living pants, which I should potentially level up my current living pants, just because I've got one of the level up upgrades. Or I could do it to the boots. But I think I want to do it to the pants for the off chance I get to add resistance. Okay. Can't do it to the pants right now, because they're too worn out crafting potential wise, and I keep using my opportunistic focuses on that dang hat outside. That won't have enough potential either. Okay. Alright. Red trinket, trinket me a red. Let's see, do I want... I don't need cooldown. Not especially. I don't do anything with AP. Health or soul shards. I'm not currently hurting for health. Or... double EXP for a while. Aw, expensive trinket is expensive. Chromatic iron, nope. Maybe. Juice. Foil resistance. Making decisions, though I'm not just using my backpack as a, or my deck as a crate enhancer. Anyways, the hammer's still bugged. So it still offered a ridiculous amount, which, like, okay, yes, it is nice to have hammer more available. Can we have it less available than this? Thank you. Also, don't worry about me shoving random jewels into my main system, because I'm not shoving it into my main system. I'm shoving it into the jewel subsystem storage. This is, in fact, a completely isolated system, though. I don't know if Storm Arrows is still as good as it used to be for getting an extra level in. So let's go ahead and grab one. As though I'm going to use Arcane at any point. Like, other people can come raid my storage. Other people on the server absolutely have free reign to go and filter through my stuff. Like, I asked they not pillage the packs and things like that, but they can go through my cards all they want. Especially if they're in there. If they're in there, I'm not actively using them, and if somebody starts using them, somebody starts using them. Okay. Oh no, I don't have rock solid available. Let's reload my scav bag. Pull that. Pull that. Coins. Alright. Books. Shopping. Resilient focus. It's unlikely I'm going to manage to do the amazing reforge on something that makes the resilient focus most worthwhile. But it's also used for the reset your expertise. Okay, and I don't need ornates, so I can skip that one. Theory? Something. I most dislike this theme for the twisty vines, because they twisty vines disrespect any kind of movement speed upgrade. Still no books. Okay. Pottery shards go burr, apparently. Technically, I should still do the ornates because I'm doing the try and find the one focus for a quest, so. The point right now is to do the completions, to try and get more packs so I can get more resource packs, so I can get something like lemons or something maybe, or better carbon, or more vault diamonds or things like that, because I can just start making some of the more annoying things to farm something that just happens automatically by me. And then I'm not playing a game of compromise between loot and completion. Because if I can make loot the completion specifically, then I don't have to worry. Anyways, I get paranoid sometimes that I haven't actually turned off slots in my scav bag until it actually starts dropping the items directly into the inventory. So, like, for a little bit there, I was like, did I manage to actually turn it off? And then it's like, books, and okay, all of those are off. Cool. This is just wooden, which is at least something I need, so let's stop that. YouTube. I've made a hole in the floor. That is not. Well, at least I'm almost done with books. I need 3 arms. Not 2. So. Because I definitely have lost a scav before when I took like 4 minutes off to do like loose looting because I had 2 of something and it turns out I needed 3. And I didn't find this out until I was 20 seconds left turning in and it failed to give me a completion. At that point, it was like, yeah, I might have been able to throw fruit at it, but, like... Alright. Boop doo 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 doo. Hi, Tankies. Thank you very much. Wooden is done. No coin secret. Okay. Uppies. Wars. Wooden. 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 No secret. Next room. One of my favorite gilded points of interest. Okay. Wooden horse. No coin secret. Come on, let me just run forward. Thank you very much. Now I can do what the Nether Vault wants me to do. Orbs. Pretty much exclusively. Bumps the smallest little bit of a magma block. Every single one of my gear pieces is like, we'll save you, and hurts themselves. Anyways, there's some tanks after me. Dang it, not an ore room. Square vault, though. That helps. Brain. No, this isn't ore. I was mistaking it for the other one. Though to be fair to that one is like fairly consistently has an ore point of interest, so. Yay! Ooh, dungeon. Kill one champion. I will have to do that. Especially because I now have completion. Something. You can't say that. Anyways. Challenging spider. Dungeon. Yay! Anyways. Dungeon. Rude. I've already beat your boss. Stop fighting me. Go fast. Anyways, that's going to like throw me off so much. My movement speed got boosted by Windar. Thanks for that. Absolutely needed that, right? Anyways, I already picked up the fruit from that. Which either went into my main backpack if it's one of the first threes, or it went into my secondary backpack if it's one of the later threes. Small child. Anyways. There we go. Player ores. Small child, stop that. That's just mana? Yep, just mana. Square vault. And the line doubles back. Fortunately, it doesn't give me any higher chance of getting robbed. Tap no tears. I do miss having the 100% knockback from other seasons because it lets me actually run through those, ignoring the mobs. Okay, that one's done, that one's done, that one's done. Right. 5 minutes left. But this has 2 possible decent points of interest, but you have to go downstairs from, which makes them slightly more annoying to get to and back out of. And I've got +2 speed, so I might as well take full advantage of the high speed to just go to the next room. Because I'm somewhere around, let's see, 40% plus an additional 40%, what, 80% speed? Something like that. Anyways, it was first room or second room that had the altar? First room. Yoink. Got the fruit. Because Anchor is fun. This gets no benefit from it being a nether vault, so we're going to move on from that room, no matter how tempting it is to mine it. Because this one will probably give me more player rooms. And have less of a headache, because boards are like much easier to kill than the Guardians. My brain for a half second thought it saw a Champions Cup. But nope, they didn't, because they removed the little flamey guys, magma cubes, from the champion pool because it made it too easy to farm champions just by buying big ones. You get a champion's domain, you find a big of the slime or the magma cube, and then whoop, break it apart. You now get about 3 chances on average to get a champion, and then you break that apart. Each one of those gives an average of 3, and then it's like you've suddenly had 12 chances at champions, and that just throws off your counts so badly for battles. So, like, it makes sense. It's annoying, but it makes sense. Okay. Stun mob chain. Yeah. Imagine if each one of those had a chance of being a champion in something like Force Champion's Domain. Even faster! You can't catch me! I'm Sanic! Neil. something, something. Someone who's good at elytras is still faster than me, but given the fact that I'm moving around the vault using my thumb to turn, because it's a trackball, it's, I'm not going to be elytra running, because I can't do the big movement by just moving my wrist. I am more limited in the arc of my quick movements, so. Okay, turn-in is up. Oh no, I used some kiwis. Yay! Lame. Lame. Okay. %92%. So almost my entire damage ratio, which is currently 42. But 13 pierces. Okay, one of the fruits was a orange. Good to know. Got the nether augment. Not that they're expensive to craft or anything. Lab. Alright. Mango is the other. Okay. Time to go put the excess in the fruit bowl. Okay, let's see. Treasure capstone. Always fun to get. That's a pillager one, I think. Vindicator. Okay, cool. It's the one that actually does something. Let's go yet. Oh, I kept re-rolling the tubium ones, and it's like, no, no, you are going to find us some tubium. Like, okay, fine, I'll find you some tubium one of these days. At some point, I need to actually adjust how the lights are down here, but I also rooms and things like that too. Right now, the house is rather bare bones. Did you come down here so that you could use the building gadget to set these up? Yeah, but with like Pay Night being the only thing that was more than a stack, it's not too horrible to just like place each one. Everyone loves clicking ASMR, right? Plus, it will matter more once I do Larimar. Why is there a witch outside my house? Like, it's not even nighttime. Like, okay, yes, it's one of the ones that won't burn in daytime. But, like... What hole? Oh, you mean this one over here? It's far enough away that nobody's likely to walk into it, and we can make arguments about whether or not it's technically part of my property. Like, how far out in this swamp do I actually own, and how much is actually just wilderness? I mean, I've got at least one neighbor. At that point, it's somebody else's problem, right? Anyways. Oh, that wasn't the original neighbor. The original neighbor already died. I should know. I went and checked, and I can't find it. Don't worry, more actual neighbors spawn. This one was just a random. Right. That's what I was doing down there. Pull the levers! Okay, they're all turned off already. Okay. Back to storage. Storage. Stair. All right. think I go with the 2.8, 2.7, 9 trap disarm. Reach and vanilla, that's a decent combo there. For the amount. 2.2, 2.1, 4.3, 2.6. Three Kobe. 14.10. Ah, shucks, I can't get into another vault? Well, I could, but it would be a dumb idea to try it because if I have to fruit, I don't have any time for fruit. Reload scav. It's all deposited. Back on the back goes. Alright. What have I got? In the chaotic, we got a bad common sword. An epic, like that's just a straight out epic there. With a very decent amount of repairs, and like it's not bad in most of its stats, but this is just an epic you can't do anything with. We got a bad common. And we got a epic chest plate. Set to mana. With bad cooldown, bad healing, but decent health and armor. We're going to save the 2 epics and scrap the other 2 chaotics. The epic just gets to survive, or the omega gets to survive by virtue of the fact that I'm keeping those. Void mono focus. Ooh. And the rest of this is recycles. I do need to finish automating that. That way I can do like some decent war run or decent gear runs. Okay, that's clear. That's clear. Card packs. Air effect. Crit hit. Resistance. Blue adjacent, da da da. It's like, okay, so none of those qualified. Whatever. Okay, away those go. YouTube. What are the advanced decks that we have unlocked at this point? I've spent enough, so I've got the merchant deck. I haven't extended the vaults enough for that. I haven't done any of the turbo runs to really get high counts on those. Haven't been really focusing on treasure doors. I got this completely incidentally. Bounties is just going to happen. Room boss is probably not happening. I haven't discovered any warehouse rooms. Black market will happen at some point. At some point, I will also get like the god altars and focus on them, but complete a vault after killing at least 5,000 mobs. That's going to happen when I do a EXP push. $15 elites. Free villagers. Kill champions, which is going to just happen over time. Yep. Alright. Something, something. Trespassers, something, something. It's not self-defense. He came at me. He was going to attack me. It's in reasonable fear of my life. Okay, not really. Tries to close the door. Oh, that doesn't work. These aren't dolls. Yeah, I don't think I need greater... Like, okay. Maybe I want greater damage on the, lucky hit. Cost of 2. I don't think I need to increase my percent healing per lucky hit. I love how it still has the level requirements, despite the fact you can never get here below this level because of the amount of skill points you have to put into this anyways. Because they just haven't taken this out yet. But yeah, probably want lucky momentum. Because that should cover the last little bit. Cleave is cleave, and that only happens once. Clearly, we should just make a tool that's, oops, all traps disarm. Yes, traps disarm. Not trap disarm, traps disarm. Maybe the next bit of levels is... Hunter's 4 points to learn still, so, and only has 1 level. So that might be the next thing I need to do. Is collect up 4 points and spend them on Hunter. Mm. Like, why is this 10 points? Because that almost feels like it's an oversight as opposed to intentional. Alright. Gears unloaded, or unloaded. Right, Potato Man. Potatoes? Technically, I need to move these guys someplace where I can actually unload them using like a router. Because they're currently my way of making the poisonous potatoes for whenever it decides that I need poisonous potatoes. Okay, redstone, redstone. Okay, chicken? Is that enough chicken? No, it's not enough chicken. Seeds. Now that's enough chicken. Items end up upstairs, items end up in my inventory, items end up back downstairs. Andesite. Andesite. What do you mean that's not near enough that it's being pulled into the altar? No, go for it. There we go. Alright. Whip. Whip. Okay. Alright. Okay, no, those already have that. This. Um, so I need another one there. Gotta push him to at least Iron Tier for one of the later upgrades, anyways. There we go. That's the correct order on those. Alright. Now, things that are currently getting fed by... So, need upgrades for those. Unfortunately, I need Iron Tier to actually get another upgrade slot. These aren't actually used for anything. What else am I producing that I'm not currently voiding? Technically here. That's already voiding, but I could upgrade that. What else is producing? Okay. Uh, Spore blossoms, chorus fruits, sweet berries. I don't think those are currently voiding. I think they're... Okay, they are. And I need to make compacting for them. Oh no, out of steel. At that point, that's as much as I'm going to do with this. I may add stack upgrades to these later, after I make them gold tier or whatever, but I might not. Copper and iron upgrade. Yeah, this is about when storage really gets going. It's about this far into the season, because this is when you start actually getting enough resources that you can just kind of go, okay, that needs this needs this needs this, and just kind of like hit things. And then you're like, okay, cool. That's got that now, that's got that now, and now I don't have to worry about it. And it's just like, void that, void that. Oh no, it's about to restart. Okay. Avoid that. Alright. That's going to be it for today. I'll catch all of you probably tomorrow. Bye.